Hi. 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 Hello. I'm good, Major. How are we doing? Thank you for the luck, Zero. Also, hey, Metal. How did I goof already? Also, hey, Sunny Spring. Also, thank you, Casper, for the follow. I hope you have a lovely, lovely time in our community. Hi, Char. Is it because I was late? Look, I had work, okay.
Thank you, Agent K. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, look right here.
Hey, Fungi.
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
See, now none of you remember me being late. It's official. It's wiped from your mind. The wings look sick. I'm very happy with how they turned out. There's a bit of me that kind of wonders if I missed a trick. Like, I was thinking in hindsight, maybe I could have like painted little like vein lines on them. I could still do that, but I feel like it's a lot of work. And if it is the kind of thing I would have done before I highlighted everything with a little dry brush coat. But I'm very happy with how it's turned out. I think there are areas where I could have done it better. I feel like for my first time ever trying something like this, finger blending, it's turned out quite well. There's a few corrections I need to make here and there, but I think so far we're doing pretty good. So what's on the agenda today? We're not far off of finishing it. Let me make you a plushie, Casper. What kind of plushie shall we make you? I am thinking. Frog. Frog acquired. Oh, okay. This is the awkward part about my paint setup, is that like it's all, where's my mouse gone? It's all on the other side of my desk. And my like stream deck and all that is on the main desk to the left. Okay, so what's the plan today? We need to do the metallics. We need to do the horns and the hair. We need to do the cloak. The cloak, I'm not actually sure what color I want to do. And I'm still not 100% sure what color I want to do the hair. I'm thinking I want it to be mostly white. But I'm thinking my plan for the color scheme is for it to end up looking a little bit accidentally like the art of Fulgrim that they did. Not the box art where they painted the miniature, but like the art of Fulgrim that they did, that I used for the thumbnail. So there's a bit of me thinking maybe I want to have a purple tint to the hair. And I'm wondering if I want to go with, say, a very thinned down fluoro paint. This might be my best work yet. It is my best work yet. It is hands down my best miniature and my best painting, hands down. This is the best I've ever been able to do. But it's mostly just me fucking around and finding out, trying new things, you know? I'm thinking fluorescent, like really thinned down with contrast medium fluorescent, could work really well for the hair. And then just like dry brush it and highlight it.
Do you hear the voices too?
Blood Trozor just followed.
Thank you so much, Blood Rosa, for the follow. I hope you have a lovely time in our community. Let me do a hydrate and get you your bean. Also joining us today, instead of Evie, we have the Haru. She's just had dinner, so she's just being a bit sleepy. Wow. So what are we thinking, chat? I'm thinking either blue, Like, it's either going to have a slight blue tint or a slight purple tint. I'm kind of thinking, because it's going to be about here, and I kind of think either works. Either way, it's going to be quite pale. It's going to be quite pale. I'm just trying to show it in context. I think we want to go for the purple. Yeah, I'm thinking we want to go for the purple. I'm also thinking I probably want to do these horns first. So the horns are going to be quite simple. We're just going to do them in Silicolum Grey, and then we're going to... Well, thank you for the follow. Wow. Awesome, and welcome to chat. I hope you have a lovely time here. We do games with chat sometimes, if you ever fancy joining in for those. You wish you could paint like that. You know this? This is finger painting. It's literally me splodging the... So, how I painted it. You can see the whole thing on stream, on the VOD, on Twitch. But how I painted this. I laid down the magenta here. Each of these wing panels were done purely in the brightest color. Then what I did was I painted a darker purple on the edges. And then what I did was I took my finger while it was still wet and I just rubbed it up and down to blend it in. And then I dry brushed a light pink over it, and then I washed it with a darker pink. It's not super complicated. Anyone, as long as they're a bit patient, can paint like this, I think. There are people who do it a lot better than I do. But I feel like for me, this is really, really, really good. And I'm not impressed with it because I don't get impressed by my own work, but I'm very happy with the result. I think it's some of the best work I've done. And I'm very happy. I feel like I'm starting to come into my own, and it's been a real confidence booster as far as painting goes. Because painting is not something I've ever really been super confident in. It's just something I've done to get stuff on to the tabletop. But I really wanted to push this miniature to be better than the things I usually do. We're just going to start with getting these horns done. So they're going to be quite dark. Eventually. We're just going to do them in grey first. Specifically because we know they're gonna get darker. We do them in grey, and then afterwards we'll darken them with some ink. And maybe we'll highlight them. We probably will highlight them. We might not need to, though. It really is gonna depend. And the reason why I want to do the horns first is because I might splash a little bit of the neon purple onto the horns to kind of do a little bit of a light glow effect. Because I see a lot of Fulgrim art where it's like his hair is like made out of fire and stuff, and I feel like that's a really cool kind of effect, and I think it would make sense to try and do that, or not necessarily do strong OSL, but to do something similar to it, you know? But yeah, for me, this is literally just, instead of trying to follow a color scheme, this is me saying, okay, here's the look we want, and just playing with the paint until I get something I'm happy with. Wow, I've been bonked. Oh, am I ready for the daily truck fact? She's just like a toddler, but with debt and job responsibilities and depression. Ah, well, I don't have any debt, thankfully, but I do have job responsibilities and depression. I literally have chronic depression, but it's not too bad. It's very manageable. I have the correct dose of medication, so it doesn't really bother me at all these days. It used to be a real problem. Used to be. Daily truck fact. Scania's early V8s were secretly overbuilt. The Scania DS14 V8 from the 1970s was conservatively rated at 350 horsepower. But in testing, it could withstand over 500 horsepower without failure. It was so over-engineered that Scalia didn't fully use its potential until the 580 and 730 V8s decades later. I feel like this truck fact is incomplete. I feel like there's more to the story. Dang, you medicated. Is it working? Yeah. Yeah, no, I got quite lucky. A lot of people with depression, with chronic depression, have a real struggle getting their medication right. They have to try a lot of different types of meds. They have to try different dosages. And they have to, like, it takes a long time and a lot of trial and error to find something that actually works and gets their brain chemicals working right. I was very lucky. I tried the very first dose of the very first medication and it worked. Like, it didn't work for, like, at first, but that's just how antidepressants are. It takes, like, a couple of weeks to months to actually work properly. And if you need to change medication because that medication doesn't work for you, first of all, you have to run out of that medication and let that run its course. Then you have to have a whole, like, build-up time. Changing medications on antidepressants is very difficult, and I'm glad I've never needed to. But again, this is the exception rather than the rule. My case when it comes to antidepressants is the exception, and definitely not the rule. So I'm quite lucky, and I'm very grateful for that, honestly. I thought you all knew that I had depression. Like I'm very open about talking about it. It's not the first time it's been brought up on stream. I just try not to make it a big deal because it doesn't define who I am, you know? It's just part of a whole. There is, but I wouldn't like to bother you to read too much. And Twitch has a limit of 500. I don't mind reading long truck facts. It's not a bother. I'm curious and it's interesting. If it was a bother, I would let you know and ask you to stop, but I haven't. So don't assume. You're allowed to take up space. You know? That's a lesson I think a lot of us struggle with as we go through life. I certainly did. I never felt like I was allowed to take up space and talk about things. I never want anyone to feel like that. You thought I was just stupid? You're gonna be honest with you? My memory is, like I said, understandable to VH. And also, it's not really that relevant, and it doesn't come up that often. And it's not like I have big stream breakdowns. I'm quite stable for someone with chronic depression. Relatively speaking, that is. But you know, again, I am one of the fortunate souls. I also think you're on my Manic episode. You can't wait for it all to come crashing. Oh, Metal. Please take care of yourself, okay? I appreciate you. So, the Scania DS14 V8, the original beast with untapped muscle, launched in 1969. The DS14 was Scania's answer to growing demands for power, especially in heavy-duty logging and long-haul markets. It was one of Europe's first production V8 truck engines. The block, cast iron Fort Knox. The 14.2-litre block was made of ridiculously thick cast iron. Cylinder walls were massively overbuilt, with oil cooling galleries and forged steel internals built for durability in brutal Nordic climates and heavy logging work. It ran low specific output by design, less than 25 horsepower per litre, making it understressed compared to modern engines, pushing 50 plus horsepower per litre. underrated for reliability. The 350 horsepower rating was chosen for reliability and long service life, not performance. However, in internal testing, Scania engineers found the block and crank would reliably handle over 500 horsepower and higher RPMs. Only limitation were the fuel delivery and cooling, not mechanical strength. Neat. Okay, what am I doing, chat? I need to get my carbon black. One drop of carbon black ink. And then a couple of drops of contrast medium. I feel like my Fulgrim is very shiny. I mean, that was the intention, but like, I wonder if he's too shiny, you know? They've got a 4-to-1 ratio of medium to ink. That should work well for us, I think. One drop of virgin. Lol. Perhaps. Come on. I would like you to dry, please, so I can paint the darker bit, please. Thank you. I probably didn't need to use ink for this, but I wanted to. I wanted to, chat. I wanted it to be excessively dark. I also like how contrast medium really makes the black, the darkest part of the ink, flow right into all of these little ridges and recesses and crevices on the horns. It's very cool. I'm very happy with that. And it's like you still just about get the brighter area from before, but it's still a very dark grey. The real question, however, is just how much am I going to need? Just get the right ratio on the fluorescent purple. I think, yeah, I want to go fluorescent purple. I want to go fluorescent purple on the hair. Not fully fluorescent purple, just like a little bit. Just like that's going to be the shade tone in all the recesses. I think that's a pretty good look for the horns. I don't know how much of it shows through. I think we're a little bit out of focus when I try and get it to look at. Let me adjust that. Let me adjust the focus. Let me put this here so I can always see it. What do we think, chat? I know it's quite reflective because it's still very wet. I think you can see the texture and you can see the highlights. I hope this dries quickly because I would like to. I guess I can start work on the thing. What was the inspiration for my model? My VTuber model. Well, actually, the truth is, this VTuber model was an adoptable. I saw its smug energy, and I just kind of I vibed with it. I vibed with it hard, and I was just like, you know what? This is me. It was like, I mean, if such a thing is possible, this was the VTuber equivalent of love at first sight. So basically, an artist had made the model, or made the design, and when I saw it, I was just scrolling Twitter, and I just saw it, and was just like, it's up for sale for the character design. And then I just bought it. Because I originally was going to do a pretty plain and not very interesting VTuber model design. That was basically just going to be like me IRL. Just like cars in a car shop. Pretty much, yeah. Though I won't claim to know what that is, because I've never been to a car shop or owned a car. But I assume it's the same kind of thing. You just see it and you're like, yes, this is the one. And you just get a feeling, you know? You just get a feeling. I wonder if I need to dilute it just a little bit more. It is quite thin. Let me just see how it pops up on this bit. Yeah, no, I think that works. It's such a soft pink kind of color. We can be very just we don't need to be very sparing with this. We can just. This is probably the only time where we get to just not care too much because it's the whole area. We're just trying to get the whole area nice even coat, and then when it dries, we'll dry brush it and make it something a little bit different. I reckon, chat, we might be able to finish the whole thing today. Except the base. We'll do the basing off stream. And since we're off work tomorrow, we'll probably start first thing in the morning. Because it's mostly going to be like doing one coat of something and waiting an hour for it to dry. Unfortunately. Sometimes that is what painting miniatures is like. It's just quite literally watching paint dry. Melter or flamer on the Raptor? Melter. Melter, Ruben. Unless maybe you're playing Word Bearers, then it could be like Ashen Circle using... Actually, Ashen Circle use both Melter and Flamer. Never mind. Yeah. Though Flamers are very cool. They're just... I mean, I suppose it depends on what you like. I like the idea of using Raptors as an anti-tank kind of hit squad. Because they've got a lot of very quick movement, and they can deep strike and rapid ingress, so you can get them into position to deal with tanks really effectively. There's a hair on here. This is the only bad thing about cats, chat. Is that if you are into doing anything with miniatures, you'll find their hair just gets everywhere and it's super annoying. Even into places you don't think it could have ever gotten. I've never seen any evidence of it being there before. It just appears as if it was always there. It's super annoying. Unless you're fungi, whose cats literally eat his Warhammer. And I feel terrible for that. But, you know, it's also kind of funny. It's a little bit funny. You fucking love plasma. Chaos Undivided. That works. I know plasma's very cool, but like... Raptors are probably one of the only units in the arsenal of Chaos Space Marines that's probably going to consistently be able to make use of the fact that it's got a melter weapon. That's just a rules thing. Like, ultimately, build whatever you think is coolest. But I also like plasma guns, so I wouldn't fault you for choosing them. Okay. Once this is dried, we can just carefully add some highlights. To just make it, bring it back up to being a mostly white color. And in certain places, maybe add an little extra layer. Okay. Now that this is all done, I kind of have realized I've got something of a problem. How do I put this down to leave it to dry, or do I just have to hold it until it's done? I feel like I just have to hold it until it's dry, chat. I feel like that is unfortunately the solution to my conundrum here. What is this? Make sure we've got a nice coating on everything. Maybe I should have just used Druchii Violet. Might have added a lot more color. It would have definitely added a lot more color to the white, but it would have also kind of tinted the grays a bit more effectively. At least I think so. Okay. I really need to stop brushing this and just let it do its thing. I say as I find more bits that I need to just dab a little paint onto. Okay. Is squid pink darker than this? It might be. It might be. I wonder how the UV look holds up here. Let's have a look. It's like I'm painting my own VTuber model with all that purple hair. Maybe a little. It's so glowy. I love it. It's so glowy. I don't feel like I can put this down, chat. I feel like I'm stuck. I feel like I'm stuck. Ah. Come on. Please try. So I think I'm going to go with the purple armor, chat. In the same colors I do my normal Emperor's Children. I feel like that's the plan. Can I put this down? I think if I just put it down a little, and then I can see if I pick it up. Yeah, that seems like it's fine. Okay, what next? I should probably think about mixing up the right color for what's coming next. It's going to be dead white. Dead white. And then, actually, we're just going to mix a tiny bit of this in. Just a little bit more. That'll be a nice highlight. It's just a very, like, slight kind of pink that's mostly white. Okay, no more than that. It's almost perfectly white. And I'll still have a little bit of the luminescent kind of quality. Hey, Kata-chan, how you doing? We're doing the hair right now. Oh, well, we're waiting for the hair to dry so we can do the next coat. I don't want to start on the metallics just yet. So chat, please do let me know if it's out of focus at any point and I'll adjust it. So, while that's drying, I have thought of something else I should do. And that thing is very simple. It's just going to be the weapon hilts. The weapon hilts. That'll be nice and easy. Nice and simple. So we're just going to use some Doomfire Magenta on these. We're just going to use some Doomfire Magenta. But there's not actually that much in terms of what's visible on the weapon hilts. It's mostly just these tiny little bits of fabric here. And then when that's done, just add a little highlight. I mean, we'll probably wash it in Carabao Crimson, actually, now that I think about it. And then a small highlight on just where there are little bits, loops in the fabric. Going to be more noticeable on this sword. Could have gone with a darker tone, but I just quite like the bright red contrast here. So it's kind of hard to see because it's the same color as the background table. Blah. A platypus? Barry the platypus? Hey Oracle, how you doing? Feeling a bit sick? Don't know if it's because of something you ate or if you just ate too much. What did you eat? But you found the energy to complete the tank. Hell yeah. Oh. Do you like Warhammer, Oracle? Oh. If so, or if not, what would you like to know about it? Well, what's your favorite faction? We're just making some nice, careful progress here. I really like this paint for doing the hilts. I think it looks really nice. There's just one more to do. It's technically the Firebrand hilt. I wonder if this will be a little bit metallic. It might be a little bit metallic. But you know, that's okay. I'm fine with that. Okay. I think that's this done for now. Let's check up on that hair. I hope it's dry. Mostly. Yeah. It's dry enough that I don't feel bad about like doing some highlights here and there on it. Okay, let's get to work. All 40,000 hams. Warham. Yes. The Emperor collected all 40,000 Warhams. And he opened his galactic farm. But in order to do so, he had to acquire the real estate needed for his ham farm. And so he began his great crusade, spreading his 40,000 warhams across the galaxy, inadvertently becoming the emperor of humanity by accident. This is all canon, and definitely not a shitpost. Where does this fucking cat hair come from? I swear there hasn't been a cat here yet. And it's just cat hair on everything. I hate it. Actually hate it. I feel like I need less paint on my brush. Fight the orcs for the Warham, Mr. Fluffy Pants. Exactly. Exactly. That was how it worked. And for a while he won. Then his son Horus grew jealous of the hams and wanted them for himself. He wanted to make his own farm with blackjack and hookers. And so he did. He revealed himself to be the Horus Heresy. And he claimed the 40,000th Warhammer. But it was too much for him. And so the Emperor smote him down. But not before Horus would take a bite out of the Emperor. For Horus learned the truth. That the real final Warham, the Emperor devoured. And so only by taking a bite out of the Emperor could he truly ascend to being a Warham. But he couldn't handle it. And so the Emperor's bacon bits incinerated him in a sizzling fire that was very tasty. But so too the Emperor was burnt. And so he rested on the farm, never to return again. This should be clipped. Well, do it. You have the power. You have the power to clip. You have the power. I believe in you. Which reminds me, I forgot to clip something I took a notepad for. You're reading Classroom of the Elite fanfic, and let me tell you, this is comedy gold. AL. What kind of fanfic is it? Is it degenerate? Lol. What color should we do the cloak? I'm kind of wondering. I feel like I should just go with purple. But probably a different purple. It's gonna attach like here, right? How's it gonna attach? It's gonna attach here. And it's gonna go... I think, yeah. Purple should do. I don't know that I want it to be dioxazine purple, though. I feel like maybe a different color would help, differentiate it. So I think we'll probably go with, Leviathan purple. Really like Leviathan purple, in all honesty. It's one of my favorite colors. We'll do one side purple and the other side white. I think that's a good look. And it's very simple. Very, very simple. Hopefully by the time this is all done. And we could go with Luxium purple, actually. Let me have a think. Let me consult the chart. There are degenerate parts, so it's mostly funny parts. Nice. Okay. Maybe I want it to be a brighter purple. You know, we'll start with Luxium purple. I think, yeah, we'll start with Luxium purple. I don't know, though. Actually, you know what? No, we'll do Luxium purple, and then we'll probably wash it with Druchii violet after. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. Nice and simple. A lot of people really swear by this paint, but I've never really been as sold on it as everyone else seems to be. It's just a little bit bluer than I think I like. But we'll see. Who knows? It might look really good here. And I feel like it will look good here. I feel like it's a nice sort of... It matches the tone of most of what we're using.
Look out!
Oh,
Here
God.
they come!
Sidonia VT just raided with 5 viewers.
Sidonia, hi! Welcome, welcome, Raiders. I'm Tiger. I love Warhammer. I love playing games with my community. How you doing? How was your stream? What were you up to? I hope you had a nice time. What brings you to our little corner of the internet? Let me get you a follow. A follow for this lovely raider. You were painting? Oh, were you also painting? Very nice. What were you painting? What were you working on? Oh, hi. Hi, Evie. Evie has just jumped on my chair. I'm so glad I wasn't painting when she did that. That could have gone horribly wrong. I think I need a second coat, really. To get the overall look I want. Oh god, cat, can you please stop moving on the back of the chair? Wow. You also pretty big minis you paint every Saturday. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. But what were you doing today? Metal, can we do the other shout-out command that says what our raider friend was up to? As well. What? You know, I want to do a gold trim on the cloak. That sounds like the kind of thing that would be appropriate for this character to have. No, it is a bit ostentatious. For Sidonia? What's Crystal of Atalan? Oh god. We're painting Fulgrim like heavy metal, or do we have our own custom scheme? We have our own custom scheme. That's what we've got so far. We're kind of just doing the last kind of bits of him, really. Yeah, no, I do think Luxian Purple is just a bit too bright for my tastes, honestly. I think we'll probably just go over this with Leviathan. Because Leviathan is a very rich Imperial Purple, and this is more very soft lavender kind of purple. Still, we've committed this far. We might as well just get a single base coat done. I swear, every time I try and use Luxian Purple, people are like, oh yeah, it's so good. And I'm just like, no. No. It's just not to my tastes, you know? We could do a red wash. Evie, but... Yes, we now have 2 cats. Hi, Punk. No. I wouldn't mind if you got me an extra paint water, though.
Okay.
I'm not done with this one. It's for when I switch to metallic paints later on. The Punk has arrived. You can't see the... We have both cats here. But we can only see one of them because Evie is, like, taking up all of the camera room. Haru was here first, okay? She's allowed to... She literally has dibs. Thank you. But yeah, so we've gone for this kind of like sea green, blue, turquoisey kind of look. That's very much inspired by what the designer commentary said about how they wanted Fulgrim to be less like a snake and more like an aquatic leviathan, kind of more of a deity or a divine kind of creature, which I thought was a very cool kind of idea. Thank you. I will place it. Okay. Oh. Twin Tail Supremacy. Yes, Twin Tail Supremacy. On our redesign, which has been accepted, by the way, the new model is cooking. I'm not going to debut it until I've got everything sorted for the re-debut, which means new logo, new alerts, new stuff. It's going to take a lot of time. At the earliest, it'll probably be in time for the birthday subathon, which is ideal. And that's my ideal, like, kind of time frame for when it all kicks off. But it's more likely going to be later than that, in all honesty. It's probably going to be August. If I'm going to be 100% honest with myself. But I'm excited for it. It's going to be super cool. Yeah, no, I definitely want Leviathan purple on top of that. It'll also really just blend together a lot easier. Twin tails and thighs. AL. Lol. AL. AL. Understandable, TBH. I hope I'll get this finished. I think I'll get this finished in time. Let me move the camera a bit so you can see what's happening. We have Evie locked into the biscuit factory for now. Okay, what am I doing, chat? Where's my dead white? Okay. Okay. Think that'll do. Hopefully that's going to be enough. I think it'll be enough. We're just going to very carefully, while this dries, we're going to very carefully start to highlight the hairs little by little. You don't want too much paint on the brush. Just trying to get the very edges. Just trying to get the very edges. This is going to look quite nice, I think, when it's finally done. Just a very soft highlight. You can't really do particularly harsh highlights and still make it look quite bright. I don't think. I mean, and yeah, I mean, it's more of a tonal contrast than it is, or is that the right way of describing it? It doesn't really get darker in the shade. It does get darker in the shades, but not by too much. So we're trying to just push it a little bit more. Oh, that could have gone horribly wrong. That could have gone horribly, horribly wrong. I don't know why I did that. Wow. We don't know what you're doing. Wait, what? Oh. Ah, sorry, I thought I was painting off screen for a second there. But yeah, we're just trying to do a little highlight. But it's hard to really know how much of a highlight we should do, because it's like it's light pink into like an almost white, and it's just it's hard to know, because I've never really done these kinds of colors before. It's hard to really know just how far to push stuff, you know? I think we've got a good overall look here. And then once this is done, it's basically going to be the hair done, and then we can start moving on to bugger. I guess what we'll do next is maybe that little shade on the with Carabao Crimson on the hilts and the handles for the weapons. I'm quite happy with how the hair's turned out, honestly. It kind of has a bit of a shiny quality to it, without actually having to, like, gloss it up. Okay. That will do. On that part. Hey, Atticus! To you, lovely Floofy. And also, and so Tiger. Yes. We have two cats today. We have Haru, who's in the back, and Evie, who's just, like, invaded her sleeping spot. And they're just all cuddled up to each other. It's very cute. How you doing, Atticus? It's lovely to see you again. I am... Is this dry yet? I want to go in with the Leviathan. Yeah, I think I can go in with the Leviathan now. I just don't like Luxian purple. Every time I try and use Luxian purple, I just realize like that I hate it. It's not a bad color or a bad paint. Like, objectively speaking, there is a use for it. It's just that every time I see it, I'm just like, this could look so much better if it was a different paint. And that really annoys me because I really want to like it. I guess it's just a personal... I guess it's just a matter of taste, really. I just prefer the much deeper, richer kind of Imperial purple that Leviathan offers. I do worry it's going to be quite close to Dioxazine. But you know, that's not a problem for the here and now. That's a later conundrum, and we can just tint it with inks and whatnot. Is what I'm thinking. Can we get a shout out for Atticus, please? It's lovely to see you. Are you having a good day, Atticus? I hope so. Well... Okay. This is much more to my taste. This color. We may end up highlighting. In fact, I say we may. I'm definitely going to end up highlighting. I just think it kind of loses some of the definition. But it should be easy enough. It's got quite a nice shape to it, this cloak. Okay. I think we will do a little gold trim along the edges. I think it'll look really nice. Yeah, no, I just think it's gonna look really nice. And also it'll be easy to cover up if any areas where I might have gone over the white with purple, than it would be to just paint white over the dark purple. Look at that. That's such a nice color. To my eye, at least. Hey, Ruben. Okay. Now, while that dries, Now, while that dries, where's our Carroburg Crimson? The most elusive paint in our collection. I'm gonna quickly wash over all of the weapon hilts with this. I don't know if I'm gonna get the whole miniature finished today, but I'm going to try. Do I actually need to do any more than this? I think that's defined the shape quite a bit. I mean, I could add a little highlight. I might add a little highlight. Well, I can't say for certain that I think it's going to be absolutely necessary. What color would I use to highlight this? I wonder. Would it be squid pink? Squid pink's a bit bright, I think. I must have a more reddish tone somewhere also. Just realized I've seen some bits where I didn't actually get the purple in. Oh, bugger. Well, that's going to be a pain. Crap. Do I want the inside of the cloak to be... Do I want the inside of the cloak to be white, chat? Do I want to just paint the whole thing in purple? Or am I just trying to cover up a few mistakes rather than actually work to improve the overall miniature? I do think the white on the purple is going to be quite striking. I think I want to try and make the white on purple work. Yeah, I think that's the plan. I may curse myself for trying this later. But that's a future tiger problem, right? Not an immediate tiger problem. What's this? Warlord purple. This might work for highlighting the This might work for highlighting the weapon hilt. Where is my paint? Spare yourself, leave it. No. I want it to be the best I can do. And if I don't use all of my ideas, it won't be the best. Maybe squid pink highlight. Maybe a very high contrast is what I need. Just a tiny one. Just a very little one. I'm gonna put Warlord purple down, and then I'm gonna just have a think about how I like that pigment. Thank you, Metal. Bit of me that worries that Warlord... add a dash of squid pink. I don't need much of this. So we'll mix that together. No, that's brighter than I would have liked it to be. Okay. Add a bit more Warlord purple. Why is Squid Pink so much stronger? It must be the tentacle power. I mean, what? Okay, that looks like a nice highlight color for what I wanted. Okay. It's a very small stream tonight, chat. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. I know doing small streams every now and again, it does impact on the health of a channel. But I want to get this done. I want to get this done, not for a stream or for the numbers, but because I'm really excited. I just want to paint the model, you know? Just something I want to do for me, not for any other reason other than I want to do it, you know? And I've seldom, like, it's always been, when I paint miniatures, usually it's always for an objective. Oh, this is going in an army or something like that. But I know Fulgrim isn't that good on the tabletop. I just want to paint him because he's really fun. And I think that's really the only reason you should paint a miniature deep down. And I think it's brought out some of my best work. So I'm kind of glad I did it. Let's adjust the focus so that it's easier to see. Move the camera a bit closer. Where's the mouse? And it's like, I try not to focus on the numbers, but it's hard not to be aware of it when you're a streamer, you know? But the important thing is that we are having fun. And I am working on stuff that I'm proud of. Well, so I tell myself. Well, no, I'm doing this for me. I was supposed to play GTA, but I can kind of do that whenever. Whereas this, I want to do it while I've got the motivation. While I've got, like, the spark, I guess they'd call it. Just doing some very simple highlights. And it works. Now I need to find an appropriate highlight color for the Leviathan purple. Alien purple might work. In fact, it probably is going to work. It's kind of the same tone as Luxian purple. As long as you have fun, nothing else matters in the context of streaming. That's true. I mean, it's not like I'm a professional streamer. It's not like I do it for a living. I mean, I do get paid to stream sometimes. But, like, at the end of the day, I do this for me, you know? And I'm glad that there's a small community that appreciates the things I do and likes to share in it. I might need this hexed lichen. Though it does feel very much like it's the same color as Leviathan purple. What I'm thinking is we want a color that's sort of between Alien purple and Leviathan purple. I'm also wondering if I want to dry brush the horns. But I kind of feel like you can kind of see the little ridges. They could be better defined, I suppose, but I kind of like that they're quite dark. But that's just like my opinion. And it's my model, so that's the only one that counts, lol. Wow. Ah. Okay. I would like you to dry, please. So that I can paint the white bits where I need to. Which, fortunately, there's not much I need to paint. But it's probably going to need a couple of passes. Just because of how strong a pigment Leviathan Purple uses. But let's see what we can do. Definitely going to need to do a couple of coats here. Definitely. Okay. The loose hair on this brush. Okay. Let's go back and do that second coating on those bits. Up here. Okay. Okay. The price is... Lol. Lol. That's hilarious, Battle. I was like, hey, Ray Ray, how you doing? We are making slow progress. Slow but steady progress. And also, I don't have work tomorrow, so I can stay up as late as I want to paint. No one can stop me. No one can stop me. I'm gonna see it done, chat. I'm gonna see this. Except for maybe a couple of minor corrections I'll probably do off stream. I'm gonna get the model basically finished tonight if I can. Unless I completely run out of steam, at which point, you know, there's no point in continuing. Because that's just gonna produce subpar results. Okay. There's a couple of places I need to get some more Leviathan purple. Where's the Leviathan purple gone? Ah! Why am I always like this? How do I always lose my paints? They're right in front of me almost all the time, and there it is. It's always a lot of back and forth trying to figure out where everything is. Okay. Oh god, I found another bit I've gone over by mistake. Okay. Okay. And we just... It's because, like, we have to be extra careful here. Because it's such a high contrast, it's really easy to notice anywhere where we've gone into the wrong area. Okay. Oh, I found another little bit I need to just quickly do. This is so annoying, chat. I just wanna get this bit done, so that then I can get on with the metal work and the armor. Okay. Now, small highlight on the purple. That's very dark. Probably darker than the Leviathan purple. Let's have a look and see what this color makes. I'm hoping that this will be a nice kind of color. So you just have to find 10 bottoms, guy. Lol. I mean, if you do, have fun, Rai. Lol. That's all I will say on that matter. Okay. Let's just go in and do some very simple highlights. Don't need any more Leviathan purple. I shouldn't need any more Leviathan purple. I think I just need to use alien purple. I think it needs to be higher contrast. There's not enough difference. There's not enough tonal variance for that to really make the difference it should. Okay. Okay. Let's try again. You learn, you talk about birds and bees. Learn, you'll talk about birds and bees. Lol. Lol. Why aren't you educating Metal? Do it for us here in chat. I'm most curious to see how that would go. Lol. Okay. Sorry, I'm just focusing really hard on getting these highlights done. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy. What do we think, chat? I think we've got a decent range. I might wash it down just to kind of blend it a bit better together. I think that might be the last thing I need to do here. And then I think the cloak is done. I'm not sure. I think it wouldn't be a bad shout. Okay. Where's my Druki Violet? I'm just going to apply this neat. There's a slightly warmer tone as well, which I think will be nice. Oh, they're grooming each other. Oh, cats. They do love each other. It's very cute. I think I want to use a bigger brush for this. Oh, cat dolls. You are so cute. You do not have to work. You do not have to stress. You just meow meow, eat, and shit in a box that I have to clean up. Oh, to be a cat. They have the best of lives. Wow. It's just a little bit like a bit of a filter to really blend everything together. And I think it does work. Like, it just unifies it just a little bit more than it does without it. A little bit like mastering an audio track. I also think it pushes the contrast just a little bit more, you know? While at the same time blending it. Don't you think? They're so cute. I know, right? I know, right, Pink? Are they not just like the cutest little creatures? They're just taking time to clean each other. Just don't spill them over the couch. Lol. But cats know video games. That's true. They are the most adorable children. Okay, I'm going to put that aside for now. Okay. I think we're finally ready, chat. I think we are finally ready to do the metal work. So, what we're going to do is we're going to start with a speed paint just to get a basic flat level. I say flat. A basic level over most of it. I'm going to get rid of this palette because it's just full of crap I don't need. Not over all of it, just the bits that, like, need to be metal but aren't. You'll fire up the forge and grab the bellows. Ow. Let's be real, chat. Tomboy blacksmith is, like, one of the best fucking tropes in of all time. And I will die on that hill. Wow. Why bonk? Tiger missing 20 messages. What? The talk with my... Well, oh shit. What? Sorry, I was just locked in. Fuck no, you don't have or ever plan on having kids. Sub is not the same as bottom, that's true. You had the talk with your dad. You know how it is. I went, yeah, talk over. Lol. Your dad only told me not to get a girlfriend because he didn't want to be a granddad yet. Bruh. Sci-fi was created for lesbians to see mechanic girls sweaty in tank tops. Yes. This is a little known fact. Okay. So what are we going to start with? We are going to start with his little gloves. His little glovey gloves.
Yes!
Here underscore or underscore they're just subscribed with Prime.
Wow! Here or there, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful time in our little community. Thank you so much. This is not gonna stay, this is not gonna stay silver. This is just a base layer that we're gonna work the inks over from. Right, it's not even the base layer. This is that we're gonna do a lot of pre-shading, basically. A lot of pre-shading. I'll probably be going over most of the gold we did, like, in one of the early sessions painting this miniature. Because it kind of just needs to be done, honestly. It kind of just needs to be done. Okay, we'll leave that for now. Where's the other glove? The glove. Okay. I really like using speed paints. They're just a good time. I've also come to the realization that this bit is part of the gauntlet. It's just hard to really see. It means I need to do that other bit, the same bit on the other side as well. This is probably the one bit I think it could have done better. Is that it's just hard to read the shapes here because there's so much going on. It's hard to tell that that is actually part of the gauntlet as well. But it is. It is. Okay, what's next? Got this big old gem. We could do that quickly. Just while we're here. Now we need to do these armor panels. A little gem. I don't know why I'm trying to be careful. I know I have to just quickly go over it all. That's just the way of it. And I'll probably spill into the gold anyway, so I might as well just crack on. I want to be really time efficient here. Because we know we've got a lot to do. Like, I talk about the armor like it's, there's not much to do, but there is a lot to do. It's a lot less than all the rest of it that we've had to do so far. This is like the smallest, least detailed bit, but it's also quite a significant it's not an insignificant portion of the model. So it will take some time and focus to get right. I want it to look as good as the rest of it, with nice blends and contrast levels. So this speed paint is just to get a rough base like down. And then we're going to be going in with Ionic Smart Paints after this bit is done. Kind of like, I'll probably stipple a fair bit. I'd like to create a sort of like hammered steel kind of look if I can. It's not a flex, and I don't actually know how I'm going to do it. At least, I have an idea about how I'm going to do it. I don't know if my idea is a good one. I think it'll work. I think it'll work. We're going to go in with the smart paints over all the silver. And we're also going to do the gold as well. I really like Ionic Smart Paints. I've only used them a little bit, but they're some of my favorite paints. Okay.
Do you hear the voices too?
The Wesley Pereira Gaming just followed.
Thank you so much for the follow, Wesley. I hope that you have a lovely, lovely time in our community here. Wow. Wow, I need to give you a bean. One bean coming up. Where is the bean? A bean. Wow. To the shelf. The bean layer. Okay. Now I just need to do the jump pack. The jump pack, the power pack. There's still quite a bit to correct. Like, I'm gonna need to go over with a nice bright turquoise over all of the wing knuckles. That's just a fact, because when I was doing all that blending, I wasn't being probably as careful as I should have been. And so there's a fair bit that just is kind of like covered in the wrong paint. But we live and learn. I can get this finished in time. I might enter him into Froggy's competition. I think the deadline is literally in a couple of days. You are gold. You're gold, Rai. Wow. Then again, I know Froggy's competition is going to be really, really rough because there's a lot of fantastic painters in Froggy's community. But I'm sure we'll manage. I'm sure, at the very least, we'll probably get some nice feedback. Feedback is always a good thing on painting. As long as it's constructive. Of course. No one likes feedback that doesn't teach you anything. So that's the whole point of feedback, right? To help. One thing I'm uncertain about, chat. Do we want to do an oil wash? I feel like an oil wash would kind of work. Maybe just a little pin wash at the end. I could probably do that while I'm waiting for the basing bits to dry tomorrow. Oh my god. Wesley, there's so many emotes, holy shit. I did get a good sleep. Too much work. Nah. I don't think it's that much work. If anything, it's not. I don't personally think things like washers are that much work. It's just picking out all the little bits that need a little bit of extra definition, you know? It'll help bring out the whole model a little bit better. But you know, that's just my opinion. I'm not exactly the most knowledgeable painter. But I like to think I vaguely know what I'm doing. Or at least have the fundamental knowledge to make educated guesses. And it's like oil washing, I feel like, is one of those things that it sounds like a lot of work and it intimidates people, and I get it. It's weird materials and you have to figure out ratios and whatnot, but once you kind of do it once, it kind of feels like immediately demystified. Because it's just thinning paints, but in a slightly different way. I will need to varnish this miniature, I think, at some point. Probably with a matte varnish. Okay. That is the base metallics done. So what do I want to do next is the question. I think the answer is obviously not do any work on any of the bits we've already done. Wow, I've been bonked. But why? Hey, Airborne. How you doing? You're no painter at all. You're just lazy. Lol. That's fair. You know, some games, I wish I knew what I was doing. can be difficult getting into things when you're not sure of things. I mean, I used to feel that way, and then I just started fucking around and finding out. And it seems to be working out well for me so far. At least I think it's working out well for me. I could be wrong. But I am confident, for now at least. For now. Okay. Now I need to start with the Ionic Smart Paints. Got 2 paints I need to use. One is the Ionic Silver, and one is the Ionic Black Metal. Let's get the black. We're going to start with the Black Metal. And it does take a little while to mix up, because the only thing I dislike about this paint is how it kind of separates out a fair bit when it's not used for a little while. But that's fine. We'll get it all. We'll get it all kind of okay. So I'm going to do... Wow! A bonk. What audacity. Hydration has 5-minute cooldown. What a scam. Look, people were messing me around with the hydrates, trying to waterboard me, okay? I used to have no cooldown on it. You can thank chat for that. How's Fulgrim doing? I think he's going okay. We're entering the end game, so to speak. We're just doing the metals. I'm very happy with how he's going overall. But we've still got quite a bit to do. It's not like a lot. It's just lots of small things, if that makes sense. It's like that Blink-182 song. All the small things. And we're just gonna slowly work them out. So I'm thinning the smart paint just a little bit. Glaze medium, because we want it to be extra shiny. It's already quite a shiny paint, but if I can get it extra shiny. And we're also trying to make it slightly less opaque, so that we can kind of I'm going to start with these I'm going to start with the pauldrons. And we're just gonna carefully stipple in just to the kind of edges. I'm just gonna finger blend that. Nice and simple. And I think that works. I think that works, chat. The idea is this is kind of just like recess shading, but then we go in to just kind of like smoosh it and blend it and kind of take away some of the excess shading we get. Good old finger painting. It never leads us wrong. This is like the Unga Bunga strength build of painting, chat. Zero finesse, just smoosh it. Smoosh it with a fucking finger. But you know what? I don't care. It looks nice. Is that in focus? Yeah, that looks in focus. It says cake cakey. His cake is in fact cakey. Sorry, I didn't see. As I say, it's not the size, but how you use it, lol. Oh yes, I'm seeing that cake for defamation. It's calling me out for having a flat ass, lol. Are you trying to lewd the snake boy? Is that what you want to do? Because let's be honest, he'd probably be into it, lol. We're just going to repeat the process on the other pauldron. But it's a slightly different design, so we might have to change how we approach it eventually. But at this stage, just the same kind of thing. Okay. Okay. I think that's not looking too bad. I feel like it just feels like the shapes are a bit more defined. What do you think, chat? That's the goal of what we're doing, at least. What else should we do this on? Oh. Wow. Wow. I think there's not really too much sense doing it here. What I think I need to do here, actually, is just kind of do it a little bit, but I can't do it too much. I think here it's mostly just going to be a very slight sort of like dry brush-ish in the recesses. There's just a lot to this, and if we'll do this and then probably a little wash. Probably a little wash is what we need to do here. Just a nice kind of black contrast wash. Actually, we'll use the same one we did before, because that's still mixed up. Let's see. I think that's gonna do exactly what we need for this. But let me just see if I can find it. Is it this wash? Was that wash? Excellent. Oh god, that might have been a bit strong. Okay, that's fine. We'll just try it. We'll just we'll fix that. I know how to fix that. It's gonna be fine. Anyway, ignore how I messed that up for now.
Look out! Here they come!
Artificer Andari just raided with 4 viewers.
Andari, hey, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to? Can we get a shout out for Andari, please? Thank you, Matto. You're playing Satisfactory. How's Satisfactory going? I know someone that likes to play a fair bit of Satisfactory. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. I'm Tiger. I'm a variety streamer. I love Warhammer. We're doing some art. I love playing games with my community. I love Souls-likes and RPGs. We're painting Fulgrim, the Daemon Primarch of Slanesh. And Master of the Emperor's Children. We've done most of the miniature. I'm now working on his armor. Trying to just define the shapes before we tint it. But how was Satisfactory? What did you get up to in it? I hope you had a lovely session. Doing alright, you were plotting out a massive move for the stripped down main factory replacement. Ooh, that sounds complicated. Did you get it all sorted out the way you wanted? I know Satisfactory gets quite complicated sometimes. Sometimes we just do a little finger painting. A little finger painting. Also, I'm so sorry. Sometimes I lock in and forget chat when I'm painting. Sadly, adulting needs to happen. You found a spot, but it's been a while since you played it, so kind of just ran around trying to remember what was where. Lol. Do you not have a map? Or, like, are you not able to make, like, mark coordinates for locations or something? I have no idea. I never played Satisfactory. I have no idea how it works, I'll be honest. Okay. Yeah, you have the map. You just forgot how I was moving things. You redeemed Kato treat, FYI. Oh, I'm so sorry, here or there. I will do that in a moment. I need to go and get the cat treats. Sometimes the cats leave after they get treated, though. I'm so sorry if that happens. No, no, Evie. No, you've had yours, Evie. Let Haru have hers. Evie. This child. She's so thirsty for treats, chat. She doesn't want to let anyone else have them. That's just what she's like. Lovely as she is. She wants all the treats in the world just for her. I have treated the katos. Chat. Oh no! Oh no! Haru, don't go. There's no more treats. I made sure not to bring the bag in case you left to chase it. Oh, she's gone now. We have lost a cat, chat. I knew this might happen. I'm sorry. I mean, I say I'm sorry. It's not my fault. Wow. Once they get their treats, the cats are just like, lol, I'm out. Sometimes they wonder if that's why they actually hang out with us on stream, because they know that you guys can give them treats every so often. I'm glad that you guys do give them treats, though, because it means I don't have to do it, and there's limits on streams. So, like, it's a little treat for everyone. Okay. What else? What else? What else? There's just so much on this model, chat. Like, it's kind of crazy. It's amazing though, like genuinely, it's such an impressive sculpt. No other miniature has made me like, given me so many ideas about how to approach painting. And I'm very glad. I'm very glad I picked it up. Cause like, I feel like it's made me a much better painter than I was before I started this project. And I won't say I'm sad that it's over. I mean, it's not over yet. We're still gonna be at this for probably until like very late hours. But that's okay. It's the kind of miniature that kind of demands the attention, both in the lore and just as far as like the physical product goes. There's just a lot of detail and a lot to kind of work on. Okay. Okay. I think that's that initial part of that bit done on that area. So we've got the the power pack, and then we've got the tassets on the main body, and we can start highlighting. And after that, after this, we'll probably do the gold. Maybe not. No, we won't do the gold. We'll do it like we did the Emperor's Children. And get the purple shade done. Then do the gold after that. The gold will be the final thing we do before we start doing touch-ups and corrections throughout the whole model. Fulgrim looks like my cat. Fulgrim looks like your cat. Wait, what? Fish Muncher, how does Fulgrim look like your cat? Do you have a green cat? A turquoise cat? Or are you referring to my cats in the corner? Well, one of them. That's Evie, who's cleaning herself in the little cat cam. Sorry, I kind of just keep locking in on my this model is taking up so much of my attention. I don't mean for it to. I just got the tism and it steals my brain. What? What was that? No, you mean Fulgrim looks like your cat? Really? What kind of cat do you have? How does he look like your cat? I'm very curious. What kind of cat do you have? Send pics or it isn't real. Facts. I'm always about cat pics. Is your cat secretly a demon? Actually, that's a trick question. All cats are secretly demons. I mean, I'm not even sure it's secret. They just are. I mean, have you met cats? Yes. All cats are demons. This is a science fact, chat. Careful, because I've got a little bit of paint on my fingertips. Ave Dominus Scuff. Hey Callus, how you doing? Lovely to see you again. We are nearing the end game, Callus. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see how he's gonna look when we put them all together. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you. As always. I hope that you're feeling great today. I decided to not do GTA because I was just like, I want to finish Fulgrim. I want to. And I will make no apologies for it. So Tiger, 2,000 pointed army. Obviously got to have a lot of gaunts. I'm thinking 30 Tormagants and 400 and 30 Hormagants. Don't forget gargoyles. The other type of gaunt. Oh, and barb gaunts as well. I'm assuming you're going to play as an endless swarm build. I don't know how that works. I've never actually seen someone do that. But it could be fun. I know that for if I were doing a swarm like board control army, I'd probably just go Death Guard with a giant zombie horde. I really need to finish my Poxwalkers. I hate Poxwalkers, chat. They're just awful. They're just bleh. I don't know how else to describe them. I've never been so unenthusiastic about painting something as I have been about my 30 fucking Poxwalkers from that combat patrol. And the worst thing is, if I want to do my Death Guard zombie horde army, I need like 150 of them. I mean, I say that. I'll probably never use 150 Poxwalkers. But like, it would be cool, right? you think next month's free mini is going to be something Death Guard, since next month's White Dwarf is all Death Guard theme? I can see that. I'm really annoyed. I wanted to pick up the mini of the month. I didn't really need it, but I wanted an extra Tormentor body so I could, like, maybe do practice some ideas on. And then apparently it only lasted about 5 hours in my local Games Workshop, where I usually play. They just ran out so quickly. Which, honestly, surprising. It's a shame that they only have, like, limited stock of it. But I kind of get it, I guess. Why do I even have this here? Get out of here. Okay. Okay, and then a little bit here. Okay. Now, the difficult bit. One that I've kind of can admit I've been putting off a bit. I mean, I haven't really, but it's just like I'm slightly terrified of how I'm going to approach this. I mean, I'm not. I know how I'm going to approach it. I hope I do it right, you know? I hope that I do it right. And that's the weapon shading. Because usually I just do a flat coat of metallic paint and and then I just like do a wash or something. So painting this miniature is a lot of firsts for me. Because I feel like it demands really cool stuff. So I am putting in the extra effort. And I think so far it's working out quite well. Okay. So I need to go back and quickly just touch up a little bit of the black metal here. Okay, same as before. I'm gonna do 2 drops of silver. And then this mini is worth putting the extra effort though. Yeah, no, I agree. I feel like the extra effort is paying off. Did you see the wings we did, Callus, yesterday night? I think it's genuinely some of my best work. if not my absolute best work. Thank you, Thornak. Thornak? Thornak? How do I read your name? Thornak, yes. I'm very happy with how they've turned out. It's like there's so many first attempts at doing stuff that I've never done before, and I think it's just, I'm not approaching it like it's a task. It's just playing with color, and it's just really, really nice. It's not skill. It's not skill. It's just fucking around. I usually just speed paint. I usually just speed paint and slap chop and do battlefield ready stuff. That's my usual painting method. This just is just finger painting to blend stuff more than anything. A little bit of dry brushing, a little bit of highlighting here. I'm not doing any crazy things that like you see people do. I've not even brought out the airbrush for this. Not that the airbrush would have helped, really, honestly. I mean, anyone who's seen me use an airbrush knows that it doesn't go well. Don't downplay it. I personally think I like to find the easiest ways to do it. And maybe it might appear as skill, but I'm firmly of the belief that any of you can do what I do. It just takes a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? You just have to, like, find the right approach. Like, look at this. I stipple a bit on for a highlight. I dab it with a finger to blend. That's what most of this has been. It's not been anything this is like finger painting. It's literally just finger painting. And I feel like taking this very primitive approach to painting the miniature has yielded fantastic results. This is me like monkey brain doing it. And it works in a way I never thought it could. And I am I'm honestly surprised that it does. I didn't expect the results to be anywhere near what they are. But that's how I've painted most of this model. Just a little highlight here, a little smoosh to blend it in, and it works. Did I do this side already? Wow, I've been bonked. Cha, hi. See you later, Major. Have you got me taking notes how to do some of your sculpts? Oh. Well, anything I can do to help people enjoy their miniatures or do things in a way that helps them, I'm happy to do. So if you ever just want, like, to ask me how I do something, just give me a shout. I will happily talk about miniatures and stuff. I, again, don't necessarily consider myself the most knowledgeable, but like my autistic brain does help sometimes. I think I might have used too much medium here. I'm kind of a bit annoyed by this, actually. Why is this bit like that? Like, I don't know if you can see it, but there's like a very visible, like, bit where it's just so much darker, and I don't know why. I think this silver might be a bit too thin. Where's the paint? Hiding. The ratio for medium to paint has to be a bit thinner. Like, it has to be a little bit thicker on this, otherwise it just doesn't.
Look out! Here
Oh
they
god!
come!
Mave_Minty_ just raided with 2 viewers.
Any tips on doing the skin? I'll be real with you, Callus. I I start with a light, say like how I did this. Even though it's blue, I don't know how well it will translate. But I started out with the lightest possible like thing as a wash, and then slowly blended in darker colors to like the bits that needed to be darker. I'd say plan out where your light is, where your shadows are. And it should come kind of naturally. You just kind of, you might want to block out your colors first, or block out your, you might want to block out your, overall tones, you know? I think I actually just want the Vallejo silver here. It's, this is actually starting to annoy me. What? Also, hey, Maeve, how you doing? How was your stream? What Warhammer were you doing? Were you painting, or were you playing some tabletop? How are you, Maeve? It's always lovely to see you. I don't actually think the Vallejo silver is brighter. But I think it's more that I know how it behaves more. So I know I can get it to do what I want it to do in this instance. Again, I'm switching back to the Ionics because I like the overall look that Ionic paints give. Good paints. I also realized that I didn't actually do the dark metal on the gauntlets, like the silly creature that I am. You were playing Gladius? Oh, I know Gladius. I've only played it like once. Did you have fun? Always the most important thing. It's like Civ but Warhammer, right? I've only played it once and did the tutorial, so I'm not super familiar with it. But it seems like quite a fun game. It's a lot more combat focused than Civ is, though, which I suppose like you couldn't really do a Warhammer without war, could you? Could you imagine? That would be funny. So speaking of that, it's weird how like when I'm reading the Caiaphas Cain book I'm reading, it's like he's actively like up against the tower, but like they're having to like try their best to not to have a war. It's just kind of funny, I think. Okay. What do I want to do first? Gauntlets need to dry. I think... Oh, this is terrifying. This is actually a very terrifying bit to do. Get this bit nice and extra shiny. It's where the light would be hitting. Oh shit, I'm being autistic again. Sorry, chat. Hang on, let me pay attention to you again. Yeah, it's like Civ. It should be easier since the game is 100%. off right now. Oh, I have Gladius. If you all want to do Gladius with chat, or have a little Gladius collab, I'd be down. Just get the players, and I'll happily join. I don't know how it's worked. Do you do simultaneous turns? I'd hope so, because I don't think I'd like a grand strategy without simultaneous turns. I think I got Gladius on Epic though, not Steam. That reminds me, I needed to check GOG because I know Skullsfest is always stuff, and I know Rights of War was there, but I already have Rights of War, but I didn't check if anything else was on there. Wow. Also, if you don't own Rights of War, you should, and you like Eldar. Rights of War is great. It's Eldar are your main protagonists, and you fight the Imperium, and then there's Gene Sealers, and then Tyranids. Good time. Good time. Very like old school 90s Panzer General, like a hex-based kind of war game. The kind of game my dad really liked. And I enjoyed it too. It gets quite difficult sometimes. And some of the levels can take very long. I think that's just par for the course with that particular sub-genre of strategy game. I don't think there's any multiplayer on it though, because it's mostly just a single-player campaign. It is a 90s game. It's very, like, old. Okay. How do I paint this sword, chat? Because, I'll be real with you, I have no fucking clue. I'm gonna start, I guess, with a nice, simple... You know what, no. I don't want... I want to use the ionic paints. I don't know how best to use the ionic paints. It feels like it's just not thick enough. That's weird. Anyway, let's start with the simple edge. Can't go wrong with a simple edge highlight on the very edge of the sword. That spilled over. This might take a good few coats to get a good, a properly good kind of like idea. I should switch to a smaller brush actually. Switch to a smaller brush with a bit more control. Okay, let's try. I'm not quite trying to do a non-metallic metal kind of vibe. But I might not rule against trying to do that. I think the paint is too thin. Patience is a virtue. I will drop some Druchii Violet on it at the end. While that side is drying. We'll do the other side. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh god. No, that's alright. That's alright. Okay. I don't know how well that shows. It's very shiny though. Like, it's incredibly shiny. Just gonna line the inside of this. I should have really done this before. Okay. What's next? Just going to... Okay. Okay. I'm not liking all of these bits of gold I'm finding muddled into the silver. Really annoying. Though it's not really that big a deal, all things considered. Okay. But yeah, Callus, back to your point on skin. Mostly for skin, what I use contrast paints. But for like bloodied flesh kind of stuff, you want to have pink and red washes, which feels a bit more like Flayed One vibes, like we've got here. I used a magenta wash after and then highlighted it in pink again to bring it back up. But I guess it depends on what you're going for, really. Okay, what's next? This bit. Oh, actually, I know what's next. Nice, simple dry brush. I feel like Ionic Smart Paints are not actually good for dry brushing in hindsight. Now that I've tried to do that more than once now. I just don't think they're good for it. They're too fluid, which is an amazing thing. Like they feel very creamy and delightful. Like honestly, one of the nicest textures. Like they feel so smooth, but like that's the opposite of what you want when you're dry brushing. At least I think that's the opposite of what you want when you're dry brushing. So we'll just switch back to Vallejo. The Vallejo behaves in a much more typical fashion. Queeny paint. I really like Ionic Smart Paints though. I genuinely think if you're just doing traditional like standard painting with your highlights and your glazes and layering, I think that they're genuinely like some of the nicest paints I've ever used. If I can get a hold of, it's a shame there's some weird drama with one of their business partners or something. Basically, the business partner that they started with went under and they didn't, and the company, like a different paint company, didn't, that they were partnered with, and then like they started just starting in childish internet drama, and then these guys were just like, well, here's all of the stuff about how this whole project came to be, and it's like, we wanted to do a merger, but it looks like no one actually they just didn't organize themselves in order to do it, and it just feels a bit silly. It feels a bit silly, and some people involved are just a bit bitter about it. But I don't actually know firsthand. All I can relay is the information I've heard online, and it just seems like they got better things to do with their time than that. To my mind, at least. Then I guess companies are still basically people, and will still do silly people things. Blush, hey! Fungi is doing another spoopy. Nice. I hope Fungi has the good spoops. I'm so glad I don't have work tomorrow, so I can just focus on getting this done in a way that I'm going to be very happy with. Now, how do I want to do this fucking sword? I have no idea how to do a curved sword, chat. I guess if I just follow the contour of the blade. And then eventually let it fade and just kind of approach it in the same way I would normally. I think I'm kind of happy about that, the shading on that. What do you think, chat? I feel like maybe I need to blend it a bit more on this side. Maybe. Never really done shading this way before on metal. I think it works. I think it works quite well. I do wish this was a bit smoother though. I guess I'll do the opposite way on the other side. Okay, yeah, no, I think Vallejo Silver is the way to go for the highlights. It's just a lot easier to control for this kind of thing. I don't know though. It just needs a little bit of tidying, I think, is what it needs. Just a little bit of tidying. Okay. Let's go back to the other sword. This looks like such a mess by comparison. God. There's just some random thing in here. Get rid of that. Okay, feel like Ionics are great for base layers, not so much highlighting. I'm just literally rubbing the paint off because it just feels a bit yucky and I want to get rid of it. Is that weird? Probably. Okay. Let's try that again, shall we? Let's try that again. This is like the shittest way I've ever stripped paint. But like it works. It does work. But I think that kind of shows how badly I'd applied it in the first place. So I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this, chat. It's gonna look a lot nicer this time. I know it because I know what I'm doing this time. I'm gonna start off with something on the fucking sword. Okay. Okay. Let's try this again, shall we? Okay. One more time. Night, Ruben. I'll probably try. I don't know if I'll assemble it today. I'll probably assemble it in the morning. Maybe. Tomorrow, I might do a daytime stream before Pink stream. Just to, like, do the assembly. Kind of show off how I'm going to base it. That kind of thing. Like a super chill kind of, like, self-review kind of thing. The whole basing thing is gonna mostly be an off-stream kind of thing. Because a lot of it is just watching, like, acrylic resin dry. Not UV resin, sadly. That would be a lot quicker. I have a vague idea about how I'm gonna base it. A vague idea. We'll have to see if it actually is going to work, though, in practice. Okay. Okay. Do this final edge. Okay. What's next? I'm gonna go back over some of the metallic for the dark steel. Just because it kind of needs it to kind of push the contrast a little bit, I think. Yeah. God, it's so shiny, it's really hard to like tell what's needed sometimes. I think I've got the idea. Ooh, let's not knock over our camera. Well, good night. Now she doesn't. I'm so sorry. Also, thank you here or there. I'm very happy with how it's going. I don't mean to get so just involved in my own head. I just kind of like yeah. I'm just trying to get this done, and I'm focusing, and it's hard. It's hard to multitask. This is the problem with being autistic. It's just like, you get consumed by something, and it's like the whole world around you just disappears. I don't mean to be this way. I just can't help it. You know? Okay, cool. Right. Excellent. Okay. What next? What next? What next? Okay, I think it's time we... I think it's time, chat. I think it's time. Honestly, you're sitting and working too, so no stress. You're enjoying the company well. I'm glad. Like, that's why I try and do these streams. It's just super nice, like, having company while you work, I think, on hobby stuff. I'm glad that other people like it too. But still, I don't like neglecting chat. It's never intentional, but I know it happens sometimes. It's not intentional. But I think you'll know that. Most people have been in the community long enough to know what I'm like. I just get like... I just kind of get into my head. If that makes sense. Alright, we're gonna do the tacits. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay, I think that's the base layers for all of the... Oh, actually, no, that's a lie. I forgot I need to highlight this area. We're almost done now. We're almost done with this bit, and then we can start washing... Oh, I actually forgot the helmet completely during all of this. Bugger. Okay. Okay. A little highlight there. A little highlight there. A little highlight there. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Right. And I believe that is that. You know what, now that I think about it, there's a bit of me that wishes these highlights had were a bit smoother in their transitions. Maybe I could make them smoother. I really should focus on one thing at a time, but this has caught my attention. God damn it, this is hard. I think I'm doing this wrong. I mean, I'm not. I am, if that makes sense. Oh shit! Why? Fern, why? I'm painting. Why? Why would you do that? Why? That could have gone so wrong.
Skulls for the Skull Throne!
Fern_Evergreen just cheered 1 bits. Careful you don't make a mistake, Tiger.
Fuck you! Why? Don't you tee-hee me. You bitch. I'm so glad it's mostly just like finger painting these blends. There we go. I'm a bit happier with how that cloak is looking. This is kind of like stippling, but with your finger, is what I've kind of realized that this is. You nearly shot yourself? You hate that bang so much? I know, right? I know, right? But that's why it's there. Because most of the time, chat loves the bully. They have to bully the streamer. I don't know why. But apparently it must be done. That's how Twitch works. Oh, shit. Let's not knock everything over. Thank you very much, Tiger. Also, I forgot I have his little face to do. I forgot. Okay. One AM adrenaline rush, lol, yes. That's what chat loves to give us. Bastards, lol. Wow. Okay. One final thing to highlight, and then we're on to finally getting the colors on the metal work. Okay. Oh, I see what that is. Yeah, no, I filed that a little bit incorrectly. Oh well, it's too late now. Where is my dioxazine? There's my dioxazine. Eh. We might actually get this finished not too late, in all honesty. That'd be pretty cool. I say that, but I know we've still got quite a ways to go. I remember right, it was a 3-to-1 ratio of contrast medium to ink. That should be really good. Do I want to do another highlight on the hair? It's looking very pink. I know it looks a lot brighter on camera, but yeah, I'm not so sure. Okay, where do I want to start? I guess we can do this because it's quite quick. God, I love inks. I love this ink. It's such a nice color. God, I love this purple. It's just different enough from the Leviathan path, from the cloak, I think. Very shiny right now, though, because of how wet it is. Okay, what's next? Okay, so do we want to do the whole glove in purple? I think I do. Yeah. I think that looks really nice. Okay. I like that there are these little eyes here. I wonder if the purple. No, I think we'll have the other one shoulder pad silver, and we'll have this one purple. Hey, Joni, how you doing? How goes the painting? I think it's going pretty well. We're coloring the armor panels now. And then we'll have to do the gold and whatnot. But we're pretty much there. Other than some minor corrections here and there I'm gonna have to make tomorrow probably before it gets too late. But I've still got plenty of time tonight. So who knows how far we're gonna get. I feel like we're making a lot of progress. How are you doing, Joni? I'm glad that you're well. I'm glad. I'm just gonna do the gem on here and dioxazine. No. I'm gonna do the gem in a different color. No, we'll do the faceplate in gold. Okay. Body armor now. Random cat hair be gone. Wow. Playable admech class would have been my thing, admittedly. Are you excited for the RBTs in Darktide and Rogue Trader? Yes, I am too. Though I won't be playing. I don't think I'll be playing unless Alcat reach out again. I don't think I'll be doing another Rogue Trader playthrough anytime soon. It's just a lot of time to commit to a game, you know? And I love that game. And I will have the DLC, but there's only so much time in the day, or in the year rather. And it's 100 hours a playthrough, and I just, yeah. I don't know that I'm willing to commit to that again. Not for just one DLC. There will be another playthrough when there's lots of DLCs though. So next year probably. Probably September next year, I think, is my plan. And while, you know, there's a bit of me that thinks, I could just do the DLC. I mean, I don't know that that's a fair look at the DLC, because you have to see it in context and see how the new characters operate in relation to the rest of the campaign. Because it's not like they exist in isolation. They exist as part of the world once they're added. Like, and they have unique interactions with everyone else. Like, just look at Kibble, best girl. She was fantastic in the throughout the whole campaign, both as a party member and as like a dialogue character. I loved all of her little interactions with everyone else as well, wherever they went. It's very cool to see. God, it's such a big model, chat. Yes, and there's a lot of reading. It's. I feel like as a stream game, it's quite exhausting, in all honesty. Still, I really love it. I really love Rogue Trader. I am excited to see what. I'm excited to see what Dark Heresy is going to be like, chat. I'm so excited to see what Dark Heresy is going to be like. What are you doing, cats? Don't climb on the Combat Patrol magazines. Wow. Silly creature. They promise. Oh, I hope so. God, I hope so. Still, I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't 100% fully voice acted. But if they did, that would be peak, and I would be incredibly happy. It would be a much better stream experience, I think. So I'm also very excited for Dark Tide's new content. I hope we get to see the story advance a little bit soon. Bugger, I've just realized I can't remember which side the pauldrons go. I'm gonna have to Google up a reference or something. God, I love dioxazine purple. My favorite color. I'm thinking for my Heresy era Emperor's Children, whenever I decide to start them, they won't match. Oh, I don't know. There's something that makes me there's a part of me that wants them to match, and then there's another part of me that thinks I really need a faster way of doing this, and I'm thinking of just doing a Zenithal pink over purple spray, which honestly might work quite well. So I'm thinking Rogue Hobbies Rogue Pink over Colorforge Imperial Purple. But only a light spray of the pink. But it won't be that metallic purple I like, which is the only my only bleh about it. Yes, that is the accurate term. My only bleh about it. Maybe I'll just save the metallic purple scheme for like characters. It's just, it takes a long time to like panel fill everyone in with yeah, it just takes a long time to fill all the panels in purple. So I'm sure it could be worse. Okay, that's the body armor done. I can't... Oh, wait, no. Hang on, there's a bit of gauntlet that still needs doing. Is this not just the best, the perfect Emperor's Children purple, though? Hopefully we get new veteran weapons soon. The only class without 200 melee weapon. I mean, we got the melee weapons upgrade sprue. And there's a lot of two-handed weapons in there. A lot of two-handed weapons. So that's probably what you're intended to use. The melee weapons upgrade sprue came out like a year ago. Welcome back, Plush. Ooh, breakfast burritos sound delicious. I don't know where I can put this in terms of like placing it down because of how it's still wet. Oh no! Oh no! Oh god! I thought I'd disconnected for a second there. I thought my stream had crashed. Oh god, maybe it has. Oh fuck! Oh bugger! Damn and blast. Okay, I think we're back. I think we're back. I think we're back. I think we're back. We are back. Sorry about that, chat. That was weird. It was like it just died for just a little bit. But we back. We so back. Kind of. Hopefully. Hopefully there won't be any further disruptions. I don't think there will be. But you never know. I never usually have stuff like that happen. Thank you, Hero there. Thank you so much. I'm glad to be back. I was worried that the stream was Jova and I'd just be sitting here painting, talking to myself. Wow. I'm glad that we are back though. Okay. We are in fact so back, chat. Okay. I think I am in fact just going to leave those little side port things in silver. I don't think there's any need to do them in purple. Oh, there's so many little Slanesh symbols on this guy. It's really cool. Like they tried to like fit them in everywhere they could. Okay. It's almost Jova. I think I need to pee. Okay, I'm gonna go pee while while this dries, and then yeah. And I think I know what we're up to next. Okay. I'm gonna set this down. I'm gonna set this down over here. Welcome back, Oracle. Oh. I mixed up too much purple. Wow. Oh, actually, never mind. I found a bit of purple I need to go back over. I realize that this is too close and out of focus. Anyway, I was gonna go pee. So I'm gonna quickly go do that, chat. Welcome back, Oracle. I'm so sorry about the timing. Wow. I'll be back soon, I promise. Oh. Wow. Oh, Ah. Let's not knock everything over while I try to leave my desk. Okay, back in a sec, chat. Okay, Night Metal. Also, I have returned to that. Okay, chat, what's next? It's gonna have to be the gold, isn't it? No. No, there's something else we can do. Something else. I think it's gonna be... Oh, actually, hang on. Finding bits I need to paint. Also, I know that this is out of focus. I will adjust the focus momentarily because I... Oh, fuck. I'm so glad that inks reactivate really easily, so you can just get a wet brush and just kind of rub it away a little bit if it's goes into the wrong spot. Okay, what's next? What's next, chat? I think I know. Oh. Okay. Hi, Haru. You may see a cat in the background. Potentially. Okay. What's next? I need to... First of all, I need to find a way to focus the camera for what I'm painting. So I'm just going to hold a random bit of the model up to get it into focus. Hold this bit up. I think we need to paint it all up. Okay. Is that good focus? I don't know, it kind of looks blurry in the bit I'm actually painting. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna hold it about there. Okay. What's next? We need to do the bodysuit, which isn't actually that much. I think we're just gonna do that in black, right? Yes? No? Yeah. Nice and simple. Black Templar. I think I've got an open one somewhere. No, we're going to use Black Legion. It's a much darker contrast. And we'll use Basilicon Grey on some of the bits that we want to be silver. It's just a nice, like, thick wash. So basically, this is going to go on. Okay, I'm going to hold this here and adjust the focus until it's perfectly visible. There. Cool. Excellent. Okay, we're just getting the bodysuit done. The black bits are gonna really contrast a lot with how high saturation everything else is, I think. Cat hair everywhere, why? Why? Okay. What's next? I actually think that's it for the black, and I need to wait. No, I should be okay going over that with Basilicolum Grey. I'm gonna also go over the whip with that as well, just because I think it'll look nice. I'm gonna start with the whip. Give that a bit more time to dry a little. It's kind of a bit like Null Noil, but like it's not quite the same. I feel like I feel like it seeks out the deeper recesses a lot more efficiently. So it kind of, as long as you use it sparingly, it lets the brighter bits shine through a bit more, which is why I kind of think it's better to use this than Null Noil on metallics. But that's just like my opinion. Like, something I've noticed. And if you want, you can use it to darken the metal a little bit more if you like go extra thick with that. Okay. Then there's this bit here. There's not much I need to do here. Just a couple of little bits here and there. I'm gonna go over these bits. Okay. What else needs to be done? Okay, I think this bit is basically done other than the gold, which is fine. This looks dry enough that the black looks dry enough that I can do this without any real worry. Okay. We're almost there, chat. Almost. Okay. And we're just doing the last little between segments. And then... Bugger.
Do you hear the voices too?
Siren Zombie Maid just followed.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Pato, hey, how you doing? I hope you have a lovely time in our community, Siren. For some reason, I think those colours make me think of lamprey rather than a snake. I mean, that was actually the idea. So I based the colours off of what the designer's commentary said about how they were leaning into away from a snake and more into the idea of an aquatic deity like the Leviathan. You saw me in recommended. Oh. I had no idea I popped up in people's recommended. Enjoy your bean. Yeah, so that was the kind of thing. That's why we've got this like iridescent blue-green scales on the back. We're slowly getting there. Slowly but surely. I say that, but there's still... There's not much to do, but it's just that there's a lot of like tricky bits, if that makes sense. Oh, well, no, it's not. It's basically we're doing the gold next. We're doing the gold next because it's actually the last thing. Actually, no, that's not true. And we are doing the gold next. I need this silver to dry though. So what can we do while we're waiting for that silver to dry? I think the answer is we're going to do a violet wash on the swords. No, I have to do the gold. I'm going to do the gold now. I'm going to do the gold. I have 2 golds, one for a base and one for a highlight. We've actually already done most of the gold. Brass, copper. Brass is going to be my highlight. But where is the gold? It should be somewhere on this desk, and I'm probably just... It's probably too close. I've actually already done most of the gold, so this is more of a touch-up coat before we do some highlights. Rather than like a main gold color. Ooh, I will consume a liquid. I was actually starting to think, ooh, I'm kind of thirsty. Thank you, hero there. I promise, chat, the noise isn't sus. It's just mixing paint in the most efficient way possible. And this paint, unfortunately, needs a lot of mixing because it separates out in the pot when you just leave it, which is very annoying. But it's some of my favorite paint to work with. Though we're not going to actually need to use too much of it. Can you please hurry up and separate? I mean, stop being set. Can you please mix? God, this is my only problem with this paint. Like, it's so good, but it just separates out. It's kind of almost like a metallic contrast paint, because you can kind of see the color separation as the paint dries. And yes, we have 2 cats. One is napping, and there's the other one. Please don't walk on the keyboard, Haru. Thank you. That must have taken a great deal of restraint. Is gold tough to mix? No, it's just like this paint. I don't know if you can see it, but you can see like the pigments separate out in the bottle. And it's not just the gold that does this. It's just part of the paint. It's called Smart Colors, and they're incredibly useful to use. Hey, Tingus. They're called Smart Colors, and they are amazing paints. But when you're not using them, they just kind of separate out, and it's really annoying. How you doing? We are making good progress. We're actually almost done. Okay, I think that's... Wow! I am okay. I am in bonk. In love with the minty blue color to my right. That's athematic blue. Ah! But why? It's actually the first color we used when we started painting this miniature. It's that one there. Ah! What did I do? Why must I be the bonked one? Wow. Are you just using up all of your channel points, lol? There are other things you can use them on. I made bonk too cheap. Wow. You've been considering getting a vortex mixer. I don't use a vortex mixer. I use something that does exactly the same thing as a vortex mixer, but is not nearly as expensive and also just as effective. It does exactly the same thing, chat. Exactly the same thing. And I'm not going to say what it is. Vortex mixers are really expensive. Ah. Do I actually have to do any gold here? A little bit. There's not much there. Just a little bit of a touch-up where I've accidentally got spilled over. Okay. We are just touching up the gold areas that need a little bit of an extra bit. And then once that's done, we'll do a little highlight on the gold. Which should mostly be done with a dry brush, in all honesty. I might need to be a bit more precise in certain places. But mostly a dry brush should sort it out. Okay. Oh God, did I spill the... Oh, I did. Oh, that's so annoying. I'm gonna have to go back over that with silver again. Oh. Oh, bugger. Found another thing I need to paint. Which reminds me, I should probably also check the other gauntlet while I'm doing that. I should check all of the other gauntlets, because it's not like there's just one more. Put that there. Let's grab this bit in the back here. I do not need to do anything on there. Okay. And we're just gonna keep doing the tidy up on all of these gold bits. Fortunately, there's not really that much to do. Do I want to wash them before I do the highlight? No. We use a unifying shade wash. Okay. What else is next? I've got these bits. Do I want to do that? Oh, it's gonna look really good if I do. I mean, I say this. I'm fairly confident that this bit isn't even going to be visible because it's going to have a big cloak. It's going to have a big old cloak over it. But that's fine. I'll know. This is gonna take so long, chat. But it's gonna be worth it. It's definitely gonna be worth it. makes sense for that to also be gold, sadly. Which means I've also created a lot of extra work for myself. Why am I like this? Okay. Gonna keep lining these little bits. So annoying, I'm gonna have to go over this again. Okay. Okay. No. I found a bit I need to go over with purple. Quickly do that before I forget. I need to just keep going. Okay. Let's just keep going. Get all of the gold sorted. I don't like how I keep finding bits of purple that I seem to have missed somehow. Really annoying. I was so thorough. I was certain about. I suppose that's just what happens when you've been painting for a fairly long time. But we're almost done. Once we get the golds done, we'll do a highlight. Oh, bugger. Do a small highlight. Wash the gold. Then it's just the gems. Which there's not that many. I mean, there's quite a few. There's quite a few. Maybe I'll save the gems for tomorrow, given how long it's probably going to take. But I'm not tired, so I could probably keep going. At least I hope we can keep going. Okay. What's next? What's next? Okay. We go through. Tidy up these a bit. There's so much trim on this guy. I don't know what I was expecting though. I just keep finding little bits I need to just touch up the purple on. Just here or there. It's kind of annoying though. think it's basically just... Oh no, that's not true. There's loads left. Oh my god. I keep forgetting just how the scale, the absolute size of this monster. Oh god, and I still need to do the gold bits on here as well. Because I did them on the lower body part. It's gonna look weird if I don't do them. I mean, this is not what I was planning to do, but I've also noticed this. Okay. Stop finding imperfections, god damn it. Wow. Oh, that's the wrong thing. I mean, I'm glad I am finding them, but still really annoying when I'm trying to my best to move on. Ah, ah. Where did the brush go? That's super annoying. Have I been painting off stream? I hope not. I know I sometimes have the habit of doing that and holding the miniature in a way that doesn't really help people see it. Always adjust the camera. Please do let me know if I'm holding it badly at any point. Okay. Okay. Anything more on this section that needs doing? I don't believe so. I think we are actually all clear, apart from this one thing I did see. This one thing I did see that I can quickly correct. The bit of me that wonders if I should have corrected it earlier, if I did see it earlier. It's only a tiny little thing. Hopefully, this little dot of paint. Here we go on this side. Should be enough. Okay, hero there. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Oh, you're making progress. Slowly but surely. Oh my god. Keep finding little imperfections. It's gonna drive me mad, I swear. So I think that's kind of very appropriate for painting a member of the Emperor's Children. Where's my Basilicolum grey? Here it is. Oh, sorry, bot. You do the good work. Oh, God damn it. Okay. Now let's tidy up some areas, shall we? What needs fixing? Just while I've got this area in mind, I can quickly just do some work on it. Okay. What? Okay. I think it might genuinely just make more sense. Consider stopping for now. I'm gonna get a wash on there. I need to I need to tidy up these weapons actually. This sword in particular. Because I keep accidentally going over the gold. Keep accidentally going over the metal with bits of gold. Which is not what I wanted. Okay. Okay. Just going to carefully get a nice gold layer on the face bit. And probably going to need go over these bits a bit. God, I love the helmet design on this model. Let's keep going. Oh god, I've gone over the path. Bugger. Okay. Almost. Need to leave this to dry for a bit and we'll have to come back to it. Oh, there's just so much gold on this model. I really like the mask though. Very cool design. Okay. So we've got a couple of areas first. I might slowly be starting to run out of steam, I think. Possibly. I don't want to admit it. But I think I'm starting to feel it. Oh god, it's 1:30. Okay. Well. I don't think there's much I need to do on this bit. But I know the body is going to take a very long time. I mean the snake bit. So I think we'll just finish this area and then we'll call it a night. There's all of the little rivets as well. Oh god. I need to tidy up some white bits again. There's a lot of like back and forth with this miniature, I feel like. Do one bit. If you go even slightly outside, then it's like, oh yeah, now you have to do another bit and another bit, and then it just kind of almost traps you there, constantly working to make it something as good as the character and the model demands it to be. To me, at least. Hey, Zabby! No, there's a hammer on the screen. Click it. Click it. Click it. Smoosh the screen. You have the power. How are you doing? It's lovely to see you again. I might have hiccups. What? I'm just gonna do a little bit of gold on the side of the cloak. I think it'll look nice. I know, right? I just thought it was a fun thing to add to the stream. Just a little thing to let people have something to play with if they ever feel like they need to do something but still want to hang out and aren't sure what. How are you doing? It's nice to see you again. We are painting a very cool miniature, but he's not finished yet. We might finish him tomorrow. Possibly. I need to find that Leviathan purple again. Can't believe I missed that little edgy bit. You be vibing, just slowly getting your Gunpla collection back together because you... Ooh! Well, I hope it goes well. I know it's a lot to work on and sort out. But still, it sounds like a fun project. I am just putting this all tidied. Okay. A little bit more of the purple. And then I think that's the cake basically finished. This is mostly just tidying up at this point though. Okay. Going through all that and then the wings, it's too much. It's too much for tonight, I think. I've seen the picture of your compilation. There is a lot. Yeah. Do I have a lot to do? I feel like I do. But it's mostly just going over.
Look out!
Oh
Here
god!
they come!
Garcia's artwork just raided with 1 viewers.
Garcia! Hi, how you doing? Welcome Raiders. I'm Tiger. I love Warhammer. I like painting. I like playing games with chat. Welcome. How you doing? How was your stream? What were you working on? We're just doing some tidying up of all the gold on the Fulgrim. Let me get you a shout out. Where's my What were you working on? Thank you so much for trusting me as a community. I am, I'll be honest, I'm kind of tired, lol. But we're still gonna keep going for a little bit. I think I know how I'm gonna do all the gemstones. There's 2 different ways I'm gonna do it. One is gonna be in green and the other is gonna be in like pink. Oh well, magenta. It's gonna be really, really nice. Ooh, Imperial Knights, very nice. Wait, Imperial Knights or just regular Knights? Was it Warhammer related, or am we just? Did you have fun? Did you get lots of progress? We are working on Fulgrim, Daemon Primarch of the Emperor's Children. A very cool model. The biggest I've ever worked on. Lots of details. Thank you. It's coming together. We're almost done, but we definitely won't be finished with him tonight. Also, hey Small, how you doing? You done streaming for the night? I don't know how much longer I'm going to be up, in all honesty. I'm just having a nice cozy painting session. I kind of want to do more. I kind of want to... There's no way I can finish him in a reasonable time there. I think it'll be another couple hours at least before he's going to be actually finished. But we're almost there. What we're doing right now is mostly just tidying up the gold. Which is taking a little bit longer than I'd have liked, in all honesty. But there's just so much of it. At least it's easier than having to redo the whole lot again. But I think... that... tomorrow might be the day we finish. I might do an extra early stream tomorrow before Pink's stream while we play Baldur's Gate. And just like spend the afternoon painting. Made a telekinesis spell and a bunch of Warhammer 40k Knight Armor, just nice. You made a telekinesis spell that does a bunch of damage and call it testicular torsion. Lol. That sounds great. Wait, were you doing your Dungeons and Dragons spell? I mean your Dungeons and Dragons stream. Also, let me get you a shout out, Small. Oh, Oblivion. Cool. Small, have you ever played Lies of P? I feel like it's like the one Souls-like you haven't played. Would you like to? I don't know if I'll have time. You got a bit of a backlog? That's fair, Small. I understand. It's a fun game, though. It's hard. It's not as hard as Sekiro. But I think it's definitely harder than Dark Souls. Maybe not as hard as Dark Souls 3. Definitely harder than Elden Ring though, except maybe certain bosses. But New Game Plus, I'd say, is about on par with some of Elden Ring's most bullshit. Okay. Ooh. Hey, Zira. How you doing? Welcome back. Did you have a nice shop there? I hope so. Once this is done, we just have the jump pack to do. And I need to tidy up the face a little bit. Good, I'm glad, Zira. Nice to see you back. I know lately we've not really had too much time for you to be in chat. I wonder if it's because my schedule has changed. But alas, work changes. I know not everyone can make my new streamed days as much as they did before. It is unfortunate. But work's gonna work and all that. Okay. Just got... No, Zero, you don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize, Zero. You haven't done anything wrong. I was just like, it's nice to see you. That's all. Like, and it's like, I don't expect you to play every single game. Well, I'm sorry. I hope I didn't make you feel bad. That was not my intention. Or a computer that can run them. Blah. I'm sorry, Azira. I didn't mean to make you feel bad. But it's nice to see you in chat. In any case, it's always nice to see you. You didn't, you've just been feeling like a letdown. You're not a letdown, Zira. Never. Don't put yourself down like that. Okay. You need to be kind to yourself. Always be kind to yourself. And that goes for everyone else, chat. You better be nice to yourself. You better. Or are you gonna make me sad? And you wouldn't want to make me sad, would you? Okay. While I'm here, and while I'm remembering.
More
Oh God.
souls to feast upon!
Zero_Varanidas gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Oh my God. Thank you so
Now
much.
this is the only way to travel.
Hype train started.
I really appreciate that, Zero. Thank you for being such a sweet bean. Wow. I'm glad I have tomorrow off work. Because otherwise I wouldn't be able to stay up so late painting. Wow. Okay. It's so hard to like... So hard to get this done just right. Oh God, I dropped a brush. Wow. Okay. What's next? The brush that I dropped? And it's just the wings now that need the gold back. It's more tidy work than it is like actually having to do a great deal of stuff. Okay. try and get this done. There's not too much left of the gold. Okay. There's so many Slanesh symbols on this model. It's kind of crazy, and they're all different as well, which is pretty cool. Like, there's been so much like thought into the design of this miniature. It's kind of unreal. Well, maybe it is real. I mean, yeah, the Daemon Primarch. They really did everything I think they needed to make it look great. Try and get this gold done. Wow. Okay. 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 You're going to get this done. There's not much left of this gold. Okay. 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 Oh god fucking damn it, I keep finding little bits where the purple didn't quite go perfectly. Super annoying. Punk. I am going to go to bed soon. I'm just finishing up the gold pink, and then Well, not finishing the gold, but finishing this part of the gold. And then I'll finish the rest of the model tomorrow. I promise. We're almost done. Well, almost done for the night. You shall bring the other child momentarily. Okay. She means the cat. The other cat is coming. The Haru approaches. Like an epic boss battle. Okay. Choo choo. Oh, because we thought she meant your biological baby. Lol. Wow. She's just been like snoozing the entire stream. She was plenty awake when there were treats to be had. I'll tell you that much. She is, baby. Sorry, I couldn't hear.
I'll go to bed.
Okay, I will join you soon.
Hi, chat.
Wow. Okay. Nearly done for the night. No, fuck. I'm annoyed with myself when I accidentally go over an area I'm not supposed to. I think my brush control has fortunately been getting better, but it happens a lot more than I'd like still. But that's just something we're going to improve on over time. And as with anything, you only get better with practice and repetition. Okay. 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 I just have a couple of corrections to do on the purple. A couple of tiny corrections. And then I think that's us for the night chat. Unless I accidentally goof while I'm correcting these and make more mistakes. I then need correction. I think the chances of that are low enough. Okay. God damn it. Okay, I'm noticing just a tiny little thing. It's the tiniest of little specks I need to fix. And then we're almost done, chat. I swear to God. We're almost done. Someone abuses their left thumb as much as you. What do you mean? Oh, lol. Hey, Andy. How goes the painting? We're almost done. I'm actually just wrapping up for the night. I'm just wrapping up for the night. I just keep finding little things I need to correct, and I'm like, I need to correct them now, otherwise I'll forget them tomorrow, and that'll annoy me, because I won't realize, and then yeah, I will forego, and then I'll take pictures, and then I'll see. I will see. But yeah, no, we're making good progress. There's some things I need to fix tomorrow, but Fulgrim's almost done. Like, he's almost done. Let me show you. We've got all the bits. I need to do the gemstones. I need to highlight the gold and give it a wash. Maybe do some armor highlights, though I'm not sure how I'm going to highlight them. I'll probably mix the ink that I used to tint it with silver paint and use that to highlight it. I need to do some glowy bits on the eyes. I need to do a wash on the mouth grill. There's quite a bit to do, but it's all mostly little things. Mostly little things. I need to do some purple wash on the weapons. Maybe tidy up some of the shading because it's a little bit inconsistent. Though there's a bit of me that kind of likes that inconsistency, in all honesty. Yeah, there's a fair bit to do still. Fair bit to do. No, Fulgrim doesn't use the lair blade anymore. He gave that to Lucius the Eternal. He gave that to Lucius, like, during the Horus Heresy. He hasn't used the lair blade since the Horus Heresy. That's just a demon blade that he's conjured, because, lol, he's magic now.
Look out! Here they
Oh,
come!
God! Oh,
Bungie Gaming just raided
fungi!
with 6 viewers.
Oh, my God! Hi! I was literally just... Maya!
Look out! Here they come!
Oh my
Tuber just
God.
raided with 6 viewers.
Hi. Can we get shoutouts for both of them, please? Welcome, Raiders. I'm Tiger. I'm a variety streamer. I love Warhammer. We've been painting Fulgrim, Daemon Primarch of the Emperor's Children, who is just the most perfect little danger noodle. We're doing sub-assembly painting. We're actually just about to go to bed, but, like, I guess since we got raided, we kind of have to keep going. Oh my God. How you doing, Maya? It's been a little while. And how are you, fungi? What's Dokapon Kingdom Connect? I can't say I'm familiar with that. I'm glad. So, things I need to do on this model. I need to... What are things I can do now? What are some quick wins? I should probably just a little highlight on the gold. Just a little bit of highlighting. Actually, you know what? I can see some quick wins here. Very quick wins. 2 a.m. your zombie. I'm pretty tired as well. It is 2 a.m. It is 2 a.m. here. God. Time zones go bar. I feel like it's not nearly that late where you are, Maya. Lol. But yeah, we are painting the best danger noodle in all of Warhammer. And it's going pretty well, I think. It's going pretty well. Okay. And I want to do the neck bit in black. With raid you must sleep. Understandable. Understandable. I will do my best to take care of your communities, guys. I understand if you've got to raid and run or go do your thing. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I will do my best to take care of your people. Maybe what I ought to do... No, I'll do that later. Okay. What are we going to do? I guess we'll do the brass highlights on the gold. Just a little bit. Oh, that's very bright. And also, we might have used a bit too more than I'd planned initially. But that's fine. Just gonna mix that together with some medium. And then... Night Fungi. Thank you again for the raid. Wow. Okay, what do I need to do, chat? I need to just do a couple of highlights in select places. So I think obviously we've got to give his little beak a little highlight. And highlight under his eyes. And his little cheeky cheeks. I guess we'll just do a slight edge highlight here. Does Tiger need some sleep? I do. I do need some sleep. But I feel bad going to sleep as soon as I get a double, like, not just one raid, but a double raid. Like, that just, yeah, you know? It just feels a bit, like, yeah. It just feels like the kind of thing that you shouldn't do. The people have come to share your community. It just feels like, you know, a meh thing to just immediately nope out. Even if that's, you were planning to head off at that exact moment. You have to be kind to people who are kind to you. That's how it works. Right? Besides, I can rationalize doing a little bit of extra progress. But we're not gonna stay up too much later. I can admit that. Okay. Wow. I love this little eagle wing. It looks so cool. Oh god. Okay. We're just gonna just do a little bit of highlighting here. Just a little. A very nice gold, this. I like this a lot. It's very bright. Oh, fuck. Oh, I think maybe I just need to go to bed, chat. In fact, there's no maybe about it. I just need to go to bed. That's the sensible thing to do, because I think I can't focus properly. I think that's where I am right now. And it's okay to admit that. I'm gonna set aside the things I've worked on so I don't double up over myself. Actually, you know what? Just gonna, well, since it's a small bit, I'll just do this bit. Tiny little highlight. I really like this gold highlighting into the previous gold. I think it's a good look. I don't know how well that's showing up, but yeah. Well, I guess I'll just do the shoulder pad because it won't take long. It won't take long. Okay. Oh god. Need to remember to tidy up this cloak a little bit. Oh god. Okay. Last highlight for the night. And then we're really going to bed for real. Done. Okay. Officially bedtime, chat. I'm not gonna raid out. I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go. Wow. Good night. Thank you all for hanging out. Hope you have a wonderful day or night wherever you are in the world, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow I might do a bonus early stream, afternoon my time probably, to finish Fulgrim. At least I hope I'll finish Fulgrim. And then, yeah. Then I'll be doing some Baldur's Gate with Pink. It should be fun. Should be a fun time. Oh my god. 0-1. Bye.